the side of the majority, they're wearing very, very shiny, bright, colored clothing, predominantly white clothing, I should say. Public gallery is full. The Chief Justice is seated. I see some other very important dignitaries also seated. The President of the Republic is yet to be ushered into the chamber. But one of the key issues that will take center stage, I'm sure, for the State of the Nation address will be the fight against illegal mining. And yesterday there was a whole forum on that particular matter. One of the women of our nation, strong, resilient, who is very passionate about the nature, trying to reconcile all of us with nature. I will ask her why she joins us now on the phone line. Thank you, madam, for your time. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the kind words. I don't know if I deserve them, but thank you very much.
You so deserve them.
Thank you, John.
Please tell me, the President of the Republic is set to address the nation on the state of the nation. What are your expectations regarding the fight against Galamsey?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to be very serious about the fight against illegal mining. First of all, when the President was in opposition, he said when he came to power, he would repeal the law that allows mining in forest reserves. And that is LI 2462.
Right.
The law has not yet been repealed, which is very, very disappointing.
Right.
And because the law hanging fruit is something that could be done. It hasn't been done. And then we want some seriousness about the fight against illegal mining. You know, just yesterday, the majority leader is reported to have said that there needed to be a law that stopped mining on our water bodies. The laws are there. The laws are there. Countries like Tanzania have come to learn from Ghana when it comes to mining. The laws are there. The challenge is the enforcement and monitoring. So if we still think that we need a law to stop mining on our water bodies, that's very worrying. What we need is implementation of the demand. You would remember that in the run-up to the elections, the CSOs had asked for a state of emergency so we could focus on driving away the environmental terrorists who have declared war on Ghana, driving them away from our forest reserves and our water bodies. If you don't want to call it a state of emergency, do whatever needs to be done to remove the environmental terrorists from our forest reserves and water bodies. Some of them are highly armed to the teeth. So you can't expect the forest, authorities to remove them. They are highly armed. It's even repelled rapid response teams.
Right.
So you need to do something about it. We've also asked for a pause in community mining, small-scale mining, only because we find monitoring and enforcement very difficult. So you need to pause and then find out those who are doing the right thing and got all the appropriate licenses, they are where they should be, and then they can resume. But in the meantime, we have over 2,000 of them. We need to do something about it. And so far, we've been having conferences upon conferences, meetings upon meetings. I know the land minister has taken some very good steps. The environment head of the EPA has done some very good things. But we really need to start the proper enforcement, driving away the terrorists from our forest reserves before they do more havoc than they've done. Because remember, in addition to facing an existential threat, we are also facing national security issues with armed persons overrunning our forest reserves. I also want something to be done about open burning. I'm in traffic right now. You can see open burning taking place. Air pollution is killing Ghanaians. Air pollution is killing Ghanaians. And we need to enforce the laws and stop having conversations but enforce laws. And we also need to do something about noise pollution. So I want him to talk about those things because noise pollution also has effects on our health. It affects, it can cause cardiovascular disease when you have this sudden noise coming, on and on and on. It can be distracted. And I also want to see the president talk about repealing EI 144. We've talked about the destruction of our forest reserves. Achimota Forest Reserve is the last remaining forest reserve in Accra, the lungs of Accra, Why on earth would you want to pass EI 144, the classifying parts of Achimota Forest? So I want that repealed. It was passed by an executive instrument, and the president can repeal it today if he chooses to do so. So these are some of the things I want to see. And I want to talk about investigating and prosecuting those who named in Professor Frimpong Boateng's report.
Right.
And then us being serious about implementing the polluter pays policy, so that those who are found to have polluted our water bodies should have their assets seized and sold, and the proceeds used towards reclamation, because reclamation is a very, very expensive business.
I will say, well, you put it succinctly, and I can thank you much. I'm grateful that you could join us this morning. Thank you so much.
Always my pleasure, Johnny. Always my pleasure.
That's Awolasewa. She's coordinator for eco-conscious citizens, joining us now. On the next line is Kwabena Nyako Otu, his deputy Secretary General of the TUC. Sir, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
Great.
Thank you for having me.
You are on record to have appealed to the President of the Republic to rescind the decision to terminate the appointment of some persons following the directive from the Office of the Chief of Staff. The indication some members of the public get is that we know that this is wrong, but let's do it for the last time so that we can put in a proper framework not to repeat it. Is that the same understanding you get from what you said?
Yes and no. So we know, for example, that if you take the Chief of Staff directive, it says that all appointments made after 7. But we have now come to know that appointments made before December, sometimes in July, have all been, some of them have been terminated. You understand? So, yes, even if we admit the fact that these things have been wrongly done, in the last 30 years, we know what the NPP and the NDC have been doing in respect of this midnight appointment. And we think that we have come to a point in our history where we need the president to draw the line in the sand and say that, okay, even if it's wrong, for the sake of these kids who have been educated at great cost to themselves and their families, and who have been looking for jobs for the past 6 years, for the sake of their lives, I'm drawing a line in the sand. I'm giving them amnesty, so that as part of researching the Ghana agenda, we move on and hope that it will not reoccur in future.
Now, the argument is often then made that this is a replica of what happened in 2017. If the TUC didn't find it necessary to talk about it in 2017, why do you think it is necessary to talk about it in 2025?
So this question is always put us back into the partisan political frame, which we have tried to avoid. Even in the current situation, people accuse us of, why didn't you issue the statement immediately the Chief of Staff came up? I beg, we really want to play that, let Ghana move forward. You understand? Because in 2017, a lot of things happened. The TUC may have said a lot of things or may have refrained from saying a lot of things. That does not mean that we should remain quiet or we should not do anything in 2025. So please, let Ghana move forward. And that is why we are, for example, not doing what usually unions do by issuing ultimatum and all of that, but making an appeal to the president. Consider the plight of these young people who want to teach, who want to be nurses, who want to work for Ghana, and who want to work for themselves.
Quickly, in 30 seconds, the president is in the Chamber of Parliament. We'll have to go, but let me ask you, so if the president doesn't listen to your appeal, what next?
We have no reason to believe that the president will not listen to our appeal. The president came to appeal to us during the wage negotiations. As the father of the country, we listened to him. And we expect that the president will use the State of our Nation's address to positively respond to our request to grant amnesty to these young people.
Thank you very much, Kwabena Nyako Otu. He is the Deputy Secretary General of the TUC. We'll cross over now into Parliament. President John Dramani Mahama has arrived. The Speaker of Parliament is there. The national anthem has just been done. I'm sure that the Speaker will be taking over proceedings now to engage with parliamentarians, beginning with a prayer. Let's cross over now to the House of Parliament for the 9th Parliament and the first State of the Nation address to be delivered by President John Dramani Mahama.
FM 3FM 92.7.
Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency
92.7.
John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse, by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. And we have a number of our Lordship, the Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. We also have the Chairman of the Council of State, our former Speaker, Right Honorable Eduardo Ajahu. And we have the former president always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Members, order, order, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings.
3FM 92.7.
We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Inketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Phoebe Viavi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered
3FM 92.7.
chiefs, queens, and queen mothers with us here. And the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Stril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency, the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, our honorable members of Parliament, honorable members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairman of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august House as a Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic.
3FM 92.7.
Demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I consider the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. and through their votes they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity.
3FM 92.7, Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, cocoa road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. and urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of $29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing. Despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history, and I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayments, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last pesewa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a memorandum of understanding with our Official Creditor Committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion big push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the Planning Committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. It will support the development of a homegrown fiscal consolidation program, and it will highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all our people. I believe there's absolute wisdom in what our elders say, that two heads are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the Senchi Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, The outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline WACO were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I have been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI, and this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukon Kitinkiti. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market, and it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution, and this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the livestock development project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmer service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We'll provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fisheries sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024, that's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually, with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business. In areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the free compulsory universal basic education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of parent-teacher associations, PTAs, in the running of schools.
3FM.
It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GAS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET Fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We will therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Governments will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government, the universities, and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in the administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, The Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USAID's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional medical stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month, on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, We will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mastered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. 92.7. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I'm aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We'll reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on track. We will develop the Osu Castle, the former seat of government, and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry and gold markets. This approximate 22-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021.
3FM.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have packed their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors.
3FM.
We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the Ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadang rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adome. We'll also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehin to the Takoradi port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we'll develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining, to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehirioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the country, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as Galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in Galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the Oral Committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the Oral Committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, As soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption.
3FM,
Mr. Speaker,
92.7.
the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes.
3FM,
We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We will initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units, and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. In addition to housing, we'll prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the Tertiary Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plants, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atta Mills of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we'll expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the Passport Office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The Passport Office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labor Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's tax nets, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary.
3FM 92.7.
Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
There you have it. The President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, has just finished delivering the State of the Nation address, the very first in his 4-year term. And you can hear the NDC MPs chanting that favorite campaign song, a popular song, Odia Sempanaba. Well, he's going to take a seat, shaking hands with the Speaker of Parliament. And you can clearly see excitement on the side of the majority. The side of the minority, it's all moody and gloomy as they came clad in funeral clothing or mourning clothing. And you're live on 3FM 92.7. This is our extended coverage, trying to keep you up to taps on what's happening in the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. I'm sure that the Speaker of Parliament will now invite the sides of the majority and the minority to lend a comment or two for the purposes of parliamentary practice.
Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members,
92.7. 3FM 92.7.
And you can also see the minority now up on their feet, right, to sing. Let's hear them.
FM 92.7.
The minority seem to be singing something, but of course they are outnumbered by the majority, so you can hear them singing, but you can really hear what they're singing. And Speaker Bag being there, trying to call the House to order. So the minority saying, "Oh, the doom saw nabo."
92.7. 3FM 92.7.
President's first State of the Nation.
So there you have it, the Speaker of Parliament calling the House to order and just trying to get things really done there. Quite a lot that was said today by the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, in trying to give us an update of what really the state of the nation is. The fact that this was what he inherited as President of the Republic of Ghana and the second coming of John Dramani Mahama, and after a decisive win at the polls on the 7th of December 2024, he seems to suggest that there's a lot of resetting that has to be done, and so far he says that it started, but there's a lot more that should be done. For example, he's talking about the fact that he's sad to report that the state of the nation of our country, Ghana, is not good. He said that. He also mentions that it's not his style to lament and shift blames, but it is his approach to work hard to achieve results. Let's go back to Parliament.
In accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honourable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honourable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your crown in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling.
3FM.
Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope. And this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber
3FM
and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at the time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana, and you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided, and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed the President.
Twitter at 3FM.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet
3FM
of
92.7
with 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Senator Rawlings, is missing. Hajia Ladi is missing. Helen Intosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM 92.7.
Is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do 2 things: pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he
3FM
has today
92.7
told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today,
92.7
the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Baku termination bebre. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the President that he is going to launch the Nkokon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge him.
3FM 92.7.
Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them.
92.7.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
3FM 92.7. Lifestyle radio station.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable Minority Leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker,
92.7.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last sonar, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker.
3FM 92.7.
What we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the President failed to tell us that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages, and the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members,
92.7.
My attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members, and I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have reverse in the chamber. Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga.
3FM 92.7.
Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question.
And I'm sure if you're wondering, that's the minority singing the refrain of the national anthem, because the leader of the side of the minority was not allowed to finish his submission in response to the president's delivery of the State of the Nation address, as had been indicated by him. The speaker is set to put the question, but we already have the silence to put it.
The motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
FM 92.7.
proper is now over.
So the national anthem there, you can clearly tell the President of the Republic will go on to sign the visitors book. The Vice President will do the same. They will be ushered out of the Chamber of Parliament by the Speaker of Parliament together with the leadership on the sides of both the majority and the minority. Earlier you saw the Honorable Mahama Yariga and Alexander Apenyomarking on the side of the majority and the minority ushered the President in together with the Speaker of Parliament. It's going to be the same way out, and then they will be in the lobby, and then the President of the Republic will now sign the visitors book together with the Vice President, simply because they are not members of Parliament and they are visitors, considered visitors to the House of Parliament, and they will sign that document to signify that they have ticked that box that the Constitution so says they should take. And there you have President Akufo-Addo, President John Dramani Mahama, beg your pardon, in a hearty handshake with some members of his party. Kesela to forcing governs Kwame Agboja, who's Minister for Roads, to forcing Minister for Finance, the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, Minister for the Interior, and you see lots of handshakes. Alassane Suhini there, Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. It's just Comfort Doyu Gansa as well, leader on the side of the majority and leader of the female caucus in Parliament, shaking hands with them. He's crossing over now gradually to the side of the minority, and you can see clearly the majority side were clad in white. So excited about the day, while the minority side were clad in funeral or mourning clothing, signifying that they were not happy. It's all gloom and doom for them as far as they're concerned. And you couldn't resist and hold back, because Honorable Alexander Kwame Apenyomarking was insisting that all the gains that President John Mahama was laying claim to is because of the right footing that the erstwhile administration led by President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia set in place for the two to take over. That's Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman tagging along closely with the President of the Republic. Now he's on the side of the minority, shaking hands with Alexander Apenyomarking, and Stan Dugbe there trying to get the right shots along with the core in Parliament. He shakes hands with Kujopon Nkrumah, Reverend John Intim Fojo, and some other sorts on the side of the NPP, or if you like, the minority. And there he walks out of the chamber, led by some beautifully clothed maidens who are also part of the cultural troupe from the Ghana Dance Ensemble. They're wearing some beautiful gonja fugu. That should tell you the origin of the president and exactly the dances that were displayed this morning. And following closely are members of the judiciary. These are the Supreme Court judges who are always a regular feature in events of this nature, and they are following closely. President Mahama is shaking hands. Former Speaker of Parliament Edward Doa Jao, David Apasera, PNC Chairman, see Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, former First Lady of the Republic. I also see in short Fifi Fiavi Kwete, his General Secretary of the NDC, and some other key individuals who graced the occasion this day. This perhaps would be the longest. Shall I say that? So far the longest, because we started just
a little after 10.
Yes, a little after 10. It's now 11 minutes after 1, and it's quite been,
let's say 2 hours.
Yes, and it's been back to back, detail telling us what the real state of the nation is, from economy to health to education to security to, agri to, he touched on every single sector. But this sounds quite different, not just telling us what the state of the economy is, but also telling us what he will do or what has already been set in place or in motion for the economy to bounce back, or for the nation to bounce back. Really looks like a reset of a sort.
Yes, that was indeed in his opening remarks. If you would recall, he said that he was not there to give lamentations, but to indicate what he was going to do to resolve the problems. That was after he had made a point that standing from outside, from afar, he knew there was a problem, but he did not know the depth of the mess that the country was in. I'm using his words as much as I can recall. So he said that we have sunk deeper than he imagined until he went in and the books were opened up to him. That is why he had to take his time, go through it, and let us understand what really the problem is and how this administration, his administration, would go about resolving that problem. And that is why probably it took us that long.
And you know, he talks about tackling critical water situations in Damongo. That's the constituency of Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. It used to be the constituency of Adam Mutawakilu. Now Adam Mutawakilu is in charge of water. and Damongo is in need of water, really.
Well, it's still his people.
Yeah,
still his people, it's still his area.
Yes. Tamale, my favorite Tamale as well, my beloved Tamale is the Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa, to ensure that the broader access to water is there. It has to be nationwide. But I think you're marking in wrapping up in seconding the motion that was proposed by Mahama Yariga. He says that, well, Mahama Baku, terminations
and indeed, I expected that to come up. That is the language of organized labor we're discussing this morning. If you would recall, this morning we're talking about the expectations of organized labor, what they expected to hear the president say in the address today. And I think that would be maybe not in the choice of words that organized labor would have used, but indeed the concern of organized labor that was re-echoed by the minority leader, that look, we cannot on one breath lament the seriousness of unemployment in the country, and say that as many as 2 million of our young people are unemployed.
That's right.
Then, on the other hand, we are terminating people who have actually been given employment. Well, all of these jobs that have been given out are within the public sector.
That's right.
But again, you recall
just to give them some security, of job.
Well,
sorry to catch you. So the president of the Republic, John Mahama, now is now signing the visitors book in Parliament. His beloved wife, Lordina Mahama, is standing by. Behind them, you see his ADC, Lieutenant Colonel Issa, and also you see his ceremonial AD-Camps. That's the Chief of Defense Staff, General Opon Pepra, and then also Dr. Dampari. The Chief Justice is also tagging along, because she would also have to sign the visitors book. You see the clerk to Parliament, Mr. Jetro, there doing his work as he is supposed to do, and you couldn't love Mr. Jetro less, because he's always there, available and ready, just like his predecessor, to deliver excellently on the mandates that he's supposed to deliver. So there you have it. I mean, I'm sure that right after the president is done, the vice president will sign, and then we'll go on to the Chief Justice
will also sign.
All the visitors will sign subsequently. Yes, but you were saying, sorry.
Yes. So on that point, the point the minority leader made was that if indeed we are lamenting the situation, we shouldn't be seeing the president sacking people from public office. And like you added, the idea that people within the public sector have security of income.
That's right.
That they have security of tenure to a certain extent. That they have a guaranteed that, you wake up in the morning, you take a shower, wear some nice clothes, splash something on yourself. You go to an office. By the time the moon cut corner small, you know, say something
you hold something.
Exactly, and there's hope at home.
I remember President Akufo-Addo, after the third announcement of his batch of ministers, says, "Oh, the media has done very well. They should let us hold something." I'm waiting to hold that.
Hold that in a.
It's been 8 years. Whoever took it did not let us see it to hold it.
Somebody took it.
I don't know. I'm just saying, President ordered somebody to let us hold something. After 8 years, we have not seen the thing to hold it. Yes. At least you let us see the thing.
So the point is that after making that point, now you ask yourself, like the position I held this morning, that how do we do this? How do we ensure that or balance the interests of the people, the security of jobs for the people, the jobs for the people, number one, and the security of sale for the people? How do we balance the two?
The vice president is now signing, and I like the way she usually has a regular tete-a-tete with the first lady, Lordina Mahama. It appears they're very good friends because they're always, you know, in a one tete-a-tete or the other. Ladies' affair, talking about how to take care of gender, children, and social protection issues, perhaps.
That keeps peace at home.
Yeah, it keeps peace at home. And
is that Reverend Lawrence Tete?
It is not Reverend Lawrence Tete. That's not him. It is not him. I'm not sure.
The person by the Chief Justice.
No,
that's not him.
That's not Reverend. That's a lawyer. He works within the judicial service. So he's a special aid of a sort to the Chief Justice, who is now signing the Visitors book in Parliament, in the lobby of Parliament. And you can see how steady the IGP and the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Thomas Opompipra. The President is in a conversation now with the Speaker of Parliament, the tete-a-tete. Outside there, you see the guard of honor mounted by the Ghana Navy. You see some members of the military police as well. But today, it's the Ghana Navy that mounted the guard. Remember that the Sixth March Parade will be held at the Jubilee House. We are told that the rehearsals have begun in earnest. And the President, as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, can only enjoy Guard of Honor Parade from either the Navy, the military, the Army, or the Air Force. Yeah, sometimes they mix them up, but sometimes it's only good to have just one for uniformity and for the color to be one and the same in that direction there. And then you can clearly also tell that it's been a very, very fruitful conversation so far. Even though the minority still is insisting that, you know, they were not giving the greatest opportunity to be heard. Apenyo Marking on the side of the minority insists that there's more that could have been done. But before I introduce our guest, this asak you thing. Look, there's a conversation that a labor consultant, drew my attention to. That per his investigation, there are letters that were issued that were backdated. And even the 6-month probation period that was supposed to have been served by some of these people were shortened to 3 months instead of the 6 months. So if you go into it, you clearly can tell that
there's mischief.
There's mischief in some of the cases, not all of the cases. That's what he says. I have not done that independent verification, but I have no reason to doubt this individual, because if I have labor concerns and I go to him, 95% to 100% of the time, what he says, if I go and do my own checks, it is concrete. Now, why would anybody want to give an appointment to somebody, backdate the letter? For what purpose? If it's genuine, why do you want to do that?
I think we're of one mind when we said that there needs to be a proper audit of these appointments. Because clearly, again, we all agree that there are some people who genuinely went through a certain process, laid down process, got the appointments, in some cases probably ratified for them. They probably have been in the system as contract staff, and by the end of the term, before the former administration expired, they decided to regularize them. But we will not know until we do a full and proper audit of the system. Then we get to know who went in through mischievous ways, who went in through a back door, who did not fulfill the conditions before getting him or herself the appointment letter, and who facilitated these things, so that it will enable us properly identify the ones that we would say were politically facilitated, and we deal with those ones. Is that possible? Can we do that? Should that be the way to go? I think that's a conversation we should be having.
It should not be difficult for us to do
at all.
That kind of audit. I mean, we have the apparatus, we have NIB, what are they doing really? You have CID, what are they doing?
They are protecting us.
Yes, but then you have the audit service.
Yes.
We have the requisite institutions and the capacity
to be able to do this.
To be able to do this. It should not be difficult for us.
Because some people have also reached out to me from Cocoa Board. They have been contract staff for so many years now. I was trying to fish out those messages this morning.
But the conversation is...
No, even in their case, they had not been regularized. So they have been...
So how many times...
There are laws about how many months one can be a contract staff for. If you are a contract staff, you can serve a period of 6 months, subject to renewal. How many times will this renewal have to be effected? All those are practices that are going on within the public sector
Because
space.
you see, if you're a contract staff and your contract is renewed over and over and over and over again, it means that we have not properly thought about putting you in. Because once you're a contract staff, you're coming in on an ad hoc basis. Once you're done with what you're doing,
to address a specific need.
Thank you. How then does a contract renewal become a regular thing such that it becomes part of the bill? Then really, for want of a better expression, you're becoming a nuisance. I don't want this audit thing that is being done to be seen as witch hunting, because there's a possibility of politicians also witch hunting to say, oh, you did it to me, I'll do it to you. You transferred my person from here and put the person there, so I'll put you also in Enchi, I'll put you on the border at Paga. You know, there's a pension of people doing that kind of thing. So we need to have cool heads, level heads, and do this in a very cool way. I got some messages from PMMC as well, people complaining. Sami Jefi, who is now the boss there, says, look, I looked at the book, I looked at the inputs that they are giving me. I didn't think that we needed so much people to do so little a job. I mean, is he justified? Is he not justified? If we're trying to part company with them, is that what the Public Services Commission says? Is that what the rule says? How do we do it? You know, we should not be seen to be doing things in a haphazard manner. And this morning when I spoke with Mr. Otu, the Deputy Secretary General of the TUC, I asked him, I said, look, so he made an appeal. And then I asked him, I said, is it a case that you know that this is wrong, but let's do it for the last time? He said yes and no. Because if the thing is wrong, it is wrong. If it is right, it is right. If you say we should open the door now for people to stay in because they are already in, and then we can now draw guidelines to make sure that nobody gets in, who will agree? The people who are also waiting at the door and knocking on the door, they expect that you will open and say, you are the last one. You see where the conundrum is? Anyway, Dr. Edward Kariwa is joining us. He's with the General Agricultural Workers Union. Doc, thank you for your time and Happy New Year. I haven't seen you this year.
I'm Comrade Edward Kariwa. Yes,
I haven't seen you this year.
It is true. We haven't seen ourselves.
That's right.
I've always been listening to you and watching you when you come on Johnny's Bite.
Thank you, sir.
And let me say that it has been a great thing for this country.
Thank you, sir.
And it's not everybody who will be excited about what you do, because when you do the good things, those who are doing the wrong things will never be happy with you.
Absolutely.
But it's the year has been a very difficult year beginning. That's a difficult year,
right?
Because if you look at what is left behind and what you need to do to correct and to survive the year,
right?
It's a very daunting task for individuals, for government, and for the managers of this country.
Right.
Yeah. I was just listening to you about these appointments and so on.
Yeah. I sack me, I sack you.
You know, you see, it's a difficult thing. People genuinely want jobs.
That's right.
Some might have even paid for those jobs. They don't appoint themselves. That would be the question. someone takes your money, appoints you, or does not take your money, but gives you an appointment.
Right.
And then you have to suffer for that person's not doing the right thing. But the point too is that must you be allowed to benefit from an illegality?
That's a very good question to ask.
You see,
fraud vitiates all.
That's the point. So if they use the wrong thing and then you are going to benefit from it, then of course no. The tree that is poisonous cannot produce the fruits will also be poisonous.
That's right.
So once they use a poisonous, a wrongful procedure, you cannot benefit from it. You must also go. But the point that I like you people made is that, look, it is not all the cases. There are some that are genuine, and that those could be allowed to stay.
That's right.
But we can't continue to say, oh, let it be, and that, oh, we shouldn't do it again.
That's the TUC's position, that, okay, leave them to be there so that in future we don't repeat this. Then we can set the guidelines.
Well, that cannot be. It can't be, because someone has to bear the burden.
And the argument is that, look, the president came to them and told them that we cannot increase your salaries beyond a 10% threshold. They listened to the president, so they expect the president to listen to them on this score because he's the father of the nation.
Well, if that was part of their negotiation team.
Sorry about that. The New Patriotic Party, or if you like, the minority in Parliament, are holding a press conference. Let me quickly take you there and we'll return to engage. Dr. Stephen Amoah is addressing the press.
Most of the communities in the northern part, Ashanti, and in the Volta region, they don't even...
3FM 92.7.
Yes, are vindicating us that we left a better economy. Secondly, the proper policy.
3FM 92.7.
Our economy was good enough. The process of it have been used to manage the proper policies. Another thing that we left was a better security, safety, fundamental human rights. Ghana was peaceful. We were living together till they took over. So we don't want you people to go out there and be deceived. At the appropriate time, we'll give details of the bit of the economy and then the social framework of this country that we left as a government. Go and count the number of STEM schools we built. Go and count the number of school buildings we put up. Go and count the number of health facilities. Go to the police. Go to the army. Go to all the security agencies. Unprecedented developmental achievements. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying that the FPP government actually left a well-restored economy after what Ghana went through as a result of the severe economic crisis. Ghanaians were enjoying the social interventions that I named all of them. Yes, Ghana went through challenges, but before we left, these challenges have been dealt with and the economy had been put on a very sound footing for the NDC government to continue the good job that we did. Thank you very much for giving us your attention.
So, that's Stephen Amoah, his member of parliament for Insheso, Dr. Stephen Amoah, and he led a press conference saying that, well, the current government led by John Mahama is only riding on the things that they did, the sound footing that they put in place before the elections were held and fought and won by John Mahama. Doc, you were on a point about the Asak Me Asak You thing, and then we'll come to the response to this quickly before we get into the agri sector.
Yeah, I think that if it was part of the negotiations as a trade-off, then of course, if you come out of the negotiations and you act contrary to what you had agreed, then that will be in bad faith.
Right.
It will not be proper. But if it was not part of the negotiation as a trade-off, that will allow those who are already in, no matter how they got in, whether or not we need them, we'll maintain them, then if that was part of the agreement, then that would be...
Sorry, Doc. Apologies. Sam Nati George is member of Parliament for Ningo Pram is engaging Mawe Negwita.
Of the current economy. I'm confident he's giving us our marching orders, and so we're going to work towards it and ensure that he delivers on his mandate. I'm confident that President Mahama will turn around the fortunes of the country. It's tough at the moment, it's difficult at the moment, but we'll pull it through.
It's not true. Also in relation to the jobs to be created under your sector, we know there's that 1 million coders program which the presidency has almost put under your ministry. How soon should Ghanaians expect that to be rolled out?
It's part of the 120-day social contract, so we're going to start before the 7th of May. Before the 7th of May, we will launch it and begin the rollout of the program. And then we'll start with a pilot, and then we'll escalate as we go ahead. But we're confident that before the end of the year, you'll see the full rollout of the this program, but we would launch it and start the first batch of trainings before the 7th of May this year.
Honorable, thank you. Just maybe quickly on the SIM registration, also same question, when are we supposed to see that come
together? We're together the modalities for it. Like I said to you, it's going to be technology driven, so there's a technical committee that's been set up to work on it with the NIA and the MNOs, and so we're going to end the NCA, so that's going to kick off very soon. Once we announce it, you'll begin to get the phones to buy your registration.
I know that I said that was my last question, but there's been some conversation, some will want to call it controversy with respect to GBC, and the minority leader had raised some concerns on the floor of the House. You took to social media wanting to respond to him. Also make the argument it's legitimate if the handle of the presidency is not using a state broadcaster, and that you should do a lot more to do that.
The minority leader must get a proper education on the structure of governance. He's the minority leader. He can't be making uninformed statements. You can't be asking the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations questions about GBC. That's a question for the Minister for Government Communications. That's why I said the minority leader is uninformed. So for his education, he should know where to channel his questions. That's a question for the Minister for Government.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Honorable.
That's Sam Nati George. He's member of Parliament for Ningo Pram. He's also the Communications Minister. And Eddie,
yes.
So wrap up on that point. I want you to wrap up on that point.
You see, the point about it was there's a responsibility. For instance, if the office is overcrowded, what are they going to do? And then who is going to pay them? Right. Where is the money? So I think that we need to bring discipline.
Right.
And in order to do the resetting and to do the writing, then they will be paying costs to people.
Okay, so we'll wrap up on that one. Patricia Piaget is minority leader, deputy minority leader. Listen to her.
Office. The true state of the economy is about lawlessness. The true state of the economy is revocation of employment. The true state of it is insecurity. The true state of the economy is economic mismanagement. Already.
50 days there's been economic mismanagement.
Already. These are what is happening in this country at the moment. And what we also expected was for the president to come up with a statement that everybody will wow him or will say that, yes, this is it. But as usual, I don't think you heard anything tremendously new about what the president was stating out there. It's the usual ones, and most of it, he's actually leaning on the initiatives that we've already introduced to come up with other policies to come and address the economic problem. So it's nothing new. It's nothing impressive. I believe that what is happening at this point in time, you remember when the president came, our former president addressed us earlier this year about the state of the nations. One of the things that he mentioned was that I came to meet Dumso, but I'm happy to inform the country that I'm going away with the lights on. How has it become a problem? Currently we are experiencing Dumso. It is a very serious issue. And the excuse they are offering out there about the West African gas pipeline is not impressive. It's not something that we can be impressed about. I think that what the issues were resolved, and therefore we needed a superior strategy to make sure that the light stays on.
So for you, after hearing this today, you don't think there's hope for the Ghanaian people?
I don't think there's hope for anybody, because all that I listened to were lamentations. If you are lamenting, you have been given the mantle, and you claim that you have been given a resounding victory, then fix it. So, and what we expect is the plans to fix it. But I won't be able to say that I'm convinced that there is any superior plan out there to fix what we have already.
Thank you very much, Honourable. That's the Honourable Deputy Majority Leader speaking to us right now in relation to the State of the Nation address as delivered by the President John Dramani Mahama. We're going to speak to the Minister as well for Environment, Science and Technology as well shortly, and then bring to you a bit more perspective in relation to what it is that we've heard from the President. But let's quickly hear from the Environment Minister.
Perfection. Some of the things he said. That's why I am saying that our friends should stop playing the man. They should play the ball. They should challenge a single statement the President made, which is not true. In the area of agriculture, in the area of corruption, in the area of health, everything. In fact, we were told that Agenda 111, they had done a number of Agenda 111 hospitals. It's operational. Let them come and say that the President, what he said was not true. So I just realized that they feel that they must say something. And what Honorable Afenyo Markins did today, if you know Afenyo very well, you would realize that it was incoherent, as if someone who was not prepared. You can liken it to if a gamma lizard more people. Someone prepared to write biology, and he prepared on a gamma lizard. He went into the exams, and the question they asked was on a crocodile. So he looked at it and said, if a gamma lizard, more paper. So I must say the things I plan to say, even if what I'm saying wouldn't make any sense. And that was a clear example of a gamma lizard we witnessed on the floor of Parliament.
Honourable, with respect to the plans going forward, we know that there's been a number of initiatives as announced by the President, a number of which falls directly under your ministry. What can the Ghanaian people look forward to, particularly from your ministry, going forward?
If you read the NDC's manifesto, we have not indeed given our commitment only to fight Galamsey and to stop the menace. We've also said that having stopped Galamsey, there are certain things that ought to be done. That is why we have the Blue Water Initiative in the NDC's manifesto. If you see a water body that is undisturbed, lying down, it appears to be blue, even if you use a satellite. That is the true state of our water bodies. Unfortunately, as a result of the Galamsey menace, our water is milky. President Mahama indeed indicates that we shall begin the steps to ensure that that Blue Water Initiative comes to reality. Again, tree for every man or tree for life. And the President indicated, as I said during my vetting, that we want to take it further. Every child per tree. Kids are very competitive. So that if every child is given the responsibility to plant a tree and nurture that tree, that child would want the tree to grow and blossom. Another very important point the President made has to do with and electronic. A lot of proposals presented to me as at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech, and those proposals are things that we are looking at. It's not government that is entirely going to do it. We're going to do it in partnership with private entities. But let me make this point very clear. I have had several questions as to whether, because innovation has been taken to Ministry of Communication, and therefore environment cannot be talking about innovation. I think that it is completely misunderstanding of the concept. All the agencies under the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech, their core mandate and function are to research and to innovate. If you look at GSIR. It's about research and innovation. If you look at Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, it is to research and then to innovate. If you take a Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so all the agencies, so the aspects of innovation which have been taken from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology to be given to Minister of Communication has to do with digital innovation. By innovation in the area of agric, in the age of medicine, in the age of the ministry still has that responsibility. And I think it is important we make these things very clear. So one, Galamsey is a major challenge that is confronting us, confronting livelihood, confronting the ecosystem, and even the habitats that dwell in them is something that we have started already to fight. But in as we have also indeed started the process to restore the water bodies, to reclaim the degradable land, and also to look at other means by which we would indeed initiate so that we don't get to where we are today. It needs political will, and the president indeed made his position very clear. It doesn't matter who is engaged in it, whether you belong to NDC or MPP, we shall deal with those who are engaged in that activity or that act ruthlessly without any favor.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Honourable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Let's speak to the Shaisu MP as well and a former Deputy Finance Minister quickly. Honourable, you addressed the media just a short while ago. Simply put, you in the minority are not pleased with the State of the Nation address as delivered by the President, particularly on the economy. The big question Ghanaians will ask is why? Because one of reasons why a lot of people believe you lost the elections.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. Honestly, the economy at a point in time was not doing well. This is an established fact, and it was a global challenge. That time, the global economy grew negative. Go and check. Global inflation rate post-COVID by over 200%. So we realized that the Ghanaian economy, as well as the global economy, had challenges. This is but have you also forgotten that because of the Ghanaians they paid, in fact, the private
92.7.
over 40,000 people. We had revenue shortfall of about 12 billion Ghana cedis. So we're using debt financing. Our debt to GDP went up. That is a fact. This was a global crisis. But when we were leaving power just last year, the economy to a large extent had been restored. This is a fact. In fact, GDP had grown provisionally 6.3%.
So you think all of these things
by November 2024, the economy had grown 6.3%, almost twice as 2016, 3.4. Agri industry services were growing 2.7, 4.3, and low numbers. But they were all growing 4.5, over 8%, 5% when we're handing over power to them. So what we are saying is the president is not telling Ghanaians the true state of the economy.
So he's not telling us the true state of the economy.
We didn't leave doom so for them. Now they are even sacking public service and civil servants. Nurses and teachers are being sacked.
They say you didn't budget to pay these individuals you employed, and so there was no budgetary allocation for them, and so
yeah, some of them 1 year. Government is continuity. The Constitution of Ghana any ambiguity that every citizen must enjoy his fundamental human rights, and one of them is to have access to state facilities. Why are they doing selective justice? Equality before the law, Article 17. So the state, look, railway sector, it is unprecedented in the history of this country.
The work that was done.
The work that
he acknowledged that and said that the Mpakadan railway line was going to be opened.
It's already commissioned. It's already commissioned. The coaches are here. So he twisted a lot of the issues. Go to Defense Ministry, find out the unprecedented accomplishment in the area of the things we needed for your future and my future in terms of securities. He was talking about the insecurities along our borders. Now he failed to realize that the money he said Defense Ministry had actually incurred had been used for productive purposes for the country and for the future and for your safety and my safety. So the president, in my opinion, was not sincere with us. But his composure was good. He spoke well. I mean, there were a few mistakes, but that was normal because he stood there for a long time. So generally, he did well. There were a lot of pieces of relevant information that he concealed just because of politics.
Honorable, thank you. I just want to ask one last question, whether you think, based on all that you heard, there's hope for Ghanaians at least.
That he spoke for Ghanaians.
There is hope.
I think saying something is one and doing it is another. He actually listed a number of propositions or proposals. But whether you remember that they've promised one-time premium before. They've promised one-time premium before. They couldn't do it. So saying it's one thing and doing another thing. And at the same time, his government is sacking poor Ghanaians who have been able to secure jobs. In my constituency alone, about 7 people have been sacked by this government. Poor people, young ones that their parents had to struggle to get them education. Then after school, you are sacking them.
You feel that that's untenable?
I've never seen this before. For public service, civil service, health sector, educational sector, in fact, education and health are essential services. And that there are places in Ghana here that we don't even have nurses and teachers. So why are you sacking them?
Right then. Honorable, I appreciate these thoughts, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you a lot more. But let's speak to the Honorable Nawani as well on matters in relation to health. We had the President speak to Agenda 111 and the challenges, asking for possibly public-private partnerships to find a solution in dealing with it. Are you pleased with what it is that we heard today from the President, touching on the respective sectors, but maybe narrowing it down to health for you?
Let me say good afternoon to the viewers of TV3 and say that President Mahama delivered the best State of the Nation address in the past 8 years. And he touched on every aspect. On the issues of health, he demonstrated that he's on top of issues. And really reset the health sector. First and foremost, I want Ghanaians to know that even before we start work on the health sector, we have a 15 billion cedis debt that have been left behind by the previous government. And since 2014, they have not imported medical equipment and distributed it to the government hospitals. In other words, for more than 10 years now, they have not bought any equipment. And so we have a problem. We have a problem to ensure that, we supply the government hospitals with new equipment. On the Agenda 111, that I believe most Ghanaians are interested. The President stated that they did not even complete a single one. They were not able to operationalize a single one. Let me emphasize that block work, when you do the block work, or you build and you have done the block work, you have completed it. And that work that has been done is far from completion. On Agenda 111, the previous government spent $400 million, and yet they did not complete any one of them. And this amount could have completed 22 of such hospitals. And I am saying that, why did we not spend this money to complete 22 hospitals than to spread it over 101 projects that is of no use?
Right, and so for you, hope has come. Ghanaians can look forward to the health sector improving under His Excellency John Mahama.
We expect a lot of improvement. We expect that he will import equipment for the hospitals. We also expect, he has stated, that he's trying to get partnerships to complete Agenda 111. Apart from that, under Donald Trump, the USAID have withdrawn their support for the health sector. And he is saying that he has instructed his finance minister to look for $150 million to augment the health sector budget, such that HIV/AIDS, malaria programs, TB programs, maternal care and child care, all these programs will be catered for under his government. Yes. So I mean, I believe that he knows what he's talking about, and we active Minister of Health.
Right then.
I believe that things will go well for the health sector.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's try possibly and then just get what is a quick response from Dr. Samuel Free with respect to the concerns raised in the health sector.
Just get fraud on. If I have to advise Mr. President, I'll advise him that if the USAID is pulling out from the north in health promotion and prevention, that you by $75 million. You need to finance it yourself. The president was quiet about the uncapping of the NHIA. If you uncap the NHIA, we will get 11 billion. We were capping it. We talked about it. My government didn't change it. They put it in the manifesto 102, 5.26, number 1 in the NDC manifesto. They said, no, number 3, they said they are going to make funds available 100% to the NHIA. So that was a major financing thing and promise. The president was so quiet on it, which means that the president may not uncap it, and that is going to be a major deceit in his campaign. Yeah.
We're waiting the budget to officially come out, and so some will say that on the uncapping of the NHIA, for instance,
the constitution says uncapping NHIA, and you are going to save 5 billion. You're going to add 5 billion. It's a major, monumental, 5 billion is a monumental achievement, because we did 6.4 billion to them, and you are going to make, we are expecting 11 billion, and you are going to make 11 billion available. So you can even use some of the 11 billion to finance the Mahama Trust, which I disagree with what the president thinks. The president is saying that he's going to finance what is being financed already by the NHIA. He's going to finance cancers. Cancers have been financed by the hypertension. That is the non-communicable. It's been done now by the NHIA. It's going to finance diabetes. It's been done by the NHIA. Now, what is not being done is prostate cancer, which last year we proposed and the technical team has approved it. So this year it will come on. So they will do prostate cancer. All the 4 childhood diseases, cancer cases, are now being taken care of. So if the president says it's going to take care of non-communicable, it is not. It is a non-starter.
The concern with respect to these childhood cancers that are expected to be taken care of is, I've spoken to health officials who say that on paper the NHI is supposed to be taking care of it, but when you get to the ground, parents were being turned down. That possibly could be a reason why this new initiative is being introduced.
That is there to talk about the co-payment in the system. So you are going to uncap it, means you make a lot of funds available to them, and you release the funds timely. If you release the funds timely, that's okay. What I would suggest to the president is that if the USAID is pulling out $75 million on health promotion and prevention, then the medical trust that he wants to establish should focus on health promotion and prevention to fill in the gap for the USAID, but not to say treatment of cancer. Already the NHI is going to do it. And if you are in cap, you will have more funds. Otherwise, you will have people double billing. Look, it's going to be a recipe for fraud. Don't go there. Don't go there. Go to where it's green. Where it's green is the USA said, I'm not going to finance you for malaria again in the north. I'm not going to finance you for HIV treatment again. So I normally finance you for prevention and promotion, good behavior. So it's timely decision for the president to fit in with his trust, but not to say I'm going to treat when the NHI has even for dialysis. As I'm speaking to you now, since it became a topical issue from last year and from this year, anybody with kidney failure who goes to a healthcare facility is going to be financed by the NHI now. Now it is part of the benefit package approved in October. So you cannot say that your trust is going to finance dialysis. Now, all equipments, the NHI gave 30 dialysis machines to Kolebu because they received 80% of the cases, and they gave 2 to the north, Temale, 2 to Cape Coast, Ho, and 5 to Konfan Honhoche. So even for equipments we have. So I think they have to tweak it. They have to tweak it. It's not right.
Just quickly on the PPA on Agenda 111, just quickly, which has been mooted by the president. Just quickly.
I don't know why the president said it was operational. If you go to Achanse, a couple of the ones which are ready, they don't have staff. Yet you came in and you were sacking the staff. Achanse now has all the staff, full complement. On Monday they are starting. So the one that has been finished, please don't sack Ghanaians, don't sack nurses, don't sack lab people. Post them to the new ones, devoid of politics, and you see they will be operational. They will operate. They will start operating. For the ones you cannot, I support the president for private-public partnership. That one, I think there's nothing wrong in that one.
Thank you very much. I see the health minister. Just quickly, if we could get one word from the health minister quickly before we get back into the studio.
Do we need 1.3 billion or 1.7 billion to complete the project?
So let's start. We can start. Sir, last interview, I beg you.
Oh no. Yeah. So Honorable, just quickly with respect to the financing amount for the agenda which you were speaking to just before.
Let me give you the facts as pertain Agenda 111. The facts. Number one, before you embark on such an ambitious project, you need to look for the sources of funding. The difference between His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's government and the NPP government is that when we were leaving power in 2017, we left some ongoing projects, but then we left money, Aerojet, NMS, and those ones. In this case, there is no dedicated sources of funding. That's the first fact. Number two, they estimated the project to cost about $1.7 billion. Number three, as at the time they were leaving office, they had spent not less than $400 million. $400 million. Now, per their own estimates, which they estimated each district hospital at the general to cost $18 million. What it means is that $400 million could have completed not less than 22 of the Agenda 111 projects. Not only couldn't they complete the 22, but they still left a debt of not less than $1 billion. $1 billion. In addition to the $400 million. And therefore, as we stand, Mr. President, audits are clear and simple. Audits advise me the way forward, but then bring the private sector in and let's determine the way forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's the health minister who's just making his way out of...
So that's Marina there with Kwabena Mintakando, MP for Dwaboso, is also the health minister. Quite a mouthful from Parliament, if you ask me, Eddie. Let's talk about your sector.
Yeah.
Were you satisfied with what the president said about your sector?
Well, it would have to be on two levels.
Okay.
The state of the sector as it sits now.
The Greek sector.
The Greek sector. And then how he intends to push it forward.
Right.
I have already indicated that as for the state of agriculture, it is in tatters.
Right.
In fact, if you say we don't have an agric sector, you will not be far from.
Is that not going to be an overkill?
No, you see, that is why we are where we are. We don't want to say it as it is. So yesterday, I was on, not yesterday, another day, 2 days ago, I was on another, just yesterday. And they are saying that, no, Ghana has got land for agricultural purpose. I say, no, Ghana doesn't have land. We don't have land.
We don't?
We don't.
Well, when I'm going to the,
you see,
to my beloved Tamale,
that land is like, you see, when you find a destitute on the street, maybe, forgive me of my words, a mad person on the, you think that person has no relatives.
Right.
But do something to that person. Let that person die, you now see them coming.
92.7.
The lands you see, you think that it's land. Those lands are complicated. When you begin to use those lands, there you now see the owners of them. The owners of those lands now coming. So you see, so if you create the impression that we have got land, then that's where the problem is. Again, if you look at the southern sector, just a small portion of it can support irrigation agriculture now.
Okay.
Because of Galamsey.
Our rivers are gone.
Yeah, they are all gone. And you cannot do irrigation dams if not on river ways. And when you harvest the water, you harvest Galamsey water. So you can see that it's not more a question of finances, but with just the whole southern sector, we simply cannot have irrigation dams.
So you're coming from the Ashanti region all the way down?
All the way down. Oh. So when you're talking about irrigation, you are now talking about Volta, a region, Oti, and maybe the other part, and then the northern part. That is the situation. And then again, if you look at the capacity of the southern sector to produce food, that has fallen not less than 50%.
And why is that?
Because of Galamsey. Because of Galamsey. Because even lands that were, if farmlands are not spared, and then lands that are available where farmers could go and use again, have all been taken over. So the southern sector, no matter the amount of rain, favorable rain that we get, its capacity to produce food is reduced by 50%.
But that's a serious national security concern.
That is it. So if you don't look at it from that angle, you will not see it.
But did we not know this?
Well, but who cares?
FM 92.
Who cares? It's not just about knowledge. I think in Ghana, we know the things, we know the wrong things. But who cares? Who is responsible? Those who are responsible, unfortunately, are those who are participating in the wrongdoing. Not that they even stand aloof. They don't stand aloof. They participate.
They join in.
They join in. They join in, and that's where it is very difficult to fight it. When someone is standing aloof, maybe you may say, oh, you need to shake the person and then the person will move.
Right.
But here the person is an active participant.
In messing up what will worry all of us in the future.
Of course. That is it. Look, the last, plantation agriculture has almost come to an end.
In Ghana?
Particularly in the southern part. For instance, you cannot establish a huge plantation, oil palm plantation in Ghana, because there's no land.
How much land do you need to do that?
Well, it will depend on your resource base so that it can be viable. Once you are talking about plantation, and then also what you want to do with your oil. If you have to export it, then you need to produce enough to be able to do that. So you need
the volumes.
The volumes. There's no land again. There's no land. Even the existing plantations, their lands are shrinking because of Galamsey.
When I was growing up, there's around the Pokwasi area, there used to be some plantations there.
Yeah.
They're all gone.
They are all gone. And I'm saying that the only lands that were available, which as a country, from time to time, we can tamper with, was the forest reserves.
Even they are under threat.
There are no forest reserves again, because if up to 40 forest reserves have been encroached upon, then what is left again? You know, and they are not selected ones indiscriminately. The very good ones have been destroyed. So it's but
if I hear you right, you're talking about hunger coming at us, famine coming at us. Are we seeing it the way you're talking about it? Are we seeing it?
You see, because of the global nature of the world, globalization,
right?
You will not have the famine that we used to know.
Okay.
You won't get it.
The agrarian society.
Yeah, where people just have no food to eat,
right,
and then they will die. So you won't have that in Ghana because the borders are opened. Imports will come in. What will happen is that people will eat poor food, and then people will divert all their money into buying food instead of, using it for other purposes.
Food inflation.
Yeah, whether food inflation go up or not, the fact is that your entire income, it could be up to 70% of your income will go into food, so that you don't starve.
How do we get away from this? President Mahama is proposing coupon getting, for example.
Well, if you look at the poultry industry, that's a very, very important, subsector. And that subsector is so important in the sense that it is linked to other subsectors. The growth of that one will lead to the growth of others. For instance, if you go to Greater Accra Poultry Farmers, they're just at a Sacramento here,
right,
a small company. But I'll tell you that they spend 2,650 kg bags of maize every day. 2,600
kg bags of maize every day
to process their feed, the poultry feed.
Right. Because they want to get it right.
Yeah. So by multiply that one by 5, and then a month, how many bags of maize? So it means they are creating market for maize.
But are we planting enough maize?
Okay, that is what we now have to do. So with the support, maybe under the 24-hour economy, if they are able to support this company,
okay,
to be able to process more, and then also be able to help maize farmers to produce, then link them up, then you see that there will be ready market for.
I know that maize has a gestation period of 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah, within that.
Now, if we had irrigation, for example, then we could replant like 4 times in a year.
Exactly.
And harvesting.
Exactly.
But now you're telling us that the rivers are gone.
Yeah.
Irrigation may be a problem.
Yeah.
Shall I be so?
Yeah. That is the country we have created for ourselves. So the hope is that government will not even have resources to build irrigation throughout the country at the same time.
Right.
So now that the southern sector is incumbent, so far as irrigation is concerned, they should concentrate on building, in the north and in the other areas.
Right.
By the time they finish that, about some years later, probably we'll be able to deal with the Galamsey, and then the waters will improve. The waters will improve, and then they can now come back and build the irrigations dams here. If we had finished with the Polgo multi-purpose dam, we will not be talking about it again. We'll move to another one.
Don't open that kind of worms.
I just don't. You see, we need to actually build the irrigation dams, but it cannot be done in the southern sector.
Because of what we have done to ourselves.
Yeah, because of what we have done to ourselves. And food production in the southern sector has just come down drastically.
So all this talk about improved seedlings and what have you that we keep talking about is just us trying to make ourselves happy.
You see, we can talk about things, but it's not about the talking, it's about the implementation. Why is it that we don't ask ourselves, Burkina Faso is a Sahelian country,
right?
Yet they are able to produce enough for themselves and then also export to us. Even tomato, we cannot compete with them.
That's right.
We just cannot.
But they're a desert country.
They're a desert country.
So how do they do it?
They are just disciplined. Please, even at this dry season, if you drive into Burkina Faso, you will not see that the bush is bent. No. You can travel a number of kilometers where they could have set those dry grass
on fire.
No, they don't do it. It's a discipline.
And we don't have that.
We don't have it because our leaders are not helping. Everything comes from the leader. When you have an indisciplined leader, of course, that ends it.
The sector itself, if you look at how we have run the sector, what do we need to change? Because at some point we segregated the sector into fisheries and aquaculture. We did food and agric.
Yeah.
And then I think there was another one that we did with 3 or so. How do we need to go about it? You are the pro.
Well, 2 things. It matters not whether it is you put everything under one ministry. It could be one ministry where the fisheries is part of that ministry.
Right.
Then the other crops are part of that ministry. But what is very important is that you need to actually segregate it.
Okay.
For instance, you are talking about livestock. How can the head office for MOFA in charge of livestock be in Accra? Where do we have the livestock?
It's in the hinterlands.
You see? So you sit here, you make policies, you now have to get somebody there to implement, and you are sitting in Accra. So that whole ministry, even itself, needs to be restructured.
This is what the president said. It says, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources, yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we are implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by a reliable power supply to meet our country's need while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. The Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, lower food inflation, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grains Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soybean production, the Vegetables Development Project with target crops such as tomatoes, onion, and pepper. A poultry farm to table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, the government's plan is to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry inputs. Then he talks about nkukon, kitten, etc. This is what the president thinks, and many others. Is it feasible? Is it workable?
See, this is a map full of policies that needs to be done. A map full of policies that need to be done. And the question one will ask is it going to be done under 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, or 4 years? But we assume that this needs to be done within 4 years. And that assumption is not complete because it's not total. In the sense that some of the things cannot be realized within 4 years.
Right.
So if the president is seeking, he needs to have at least 2 or 3 major areas to work with.
Right.
If you are going to use the poultry, if Ghana cannot do anything at all, Ghana should seek to become self-sufficient when it comes to poultry products.
Okay.
And then to be able to export.
Okay.
And because the poultry is also linked to other subsectors, because we need maize,
right?
We need soya bean, then it can become the growth pole. You see, when you do that, then gradually maize production will go up, market is ready,
right?
And so on and so forth. Jobs are created. But if you don't take care, you list a number of things, and at the end of the day, you may not be able to execute them.
Hold your horses. Let me go onto the phone line, speak with Dr. Peter Tekpe. He's a financial and economic policy analyst. Joins us now. Doc, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you listened to the president in full. He says that the economy is in tatters and that standing out there, he thought that he understood what the problem was. Getting in there, he saw that the problem is way, way, way bigger than he assumed. Do you share his thoughts?
In fact, good afternoon to your cherished listeners.
Right.
I actually share the thought of the president to a large extent, because those were the realities that were hitting the economy prior to the elections. And I think that anybody who has been in this economy or this country over the past year, especially 2023, 2024, will attest that indeed the economy has not been in a good shape at all. And so my expectation was actually met to a larger extent, in the sense that I was expecting him to tell us sector by sector what were the realities and then what he would do to solve the problem. And I think that he has done that. I mean, to a large extent, he has done that. And if anybody has any thing to buttress it, then we'll wait to see what were the counter, argument against it as well, that indeed the debt situation he talked about is not the case. The cocoa sector situation is not the case. The agri sector situation is not the case.
Right.
You know, so it calls for a discussion. So for me, looking at how the economy was in real terms in the past year and what he's saying, everybody who wants to honestly analyze the economy will tell you that there was a problem, there was a challenge.
But right after the State of the Nation address, you had Dr. Stephen Amoah, who's MP for Inshaiso, who had also held the post of Deputy Finance Minister. You had many others on the side of the minority disagreeing with the president, saying that they left a robust economy, which was good, and it is those buffers that they left that he's using to pay some of the things that he came to talk about that he had fulfilled. What do you say to that?
Well, it is normal that any time the president speaks, the opposition will always have to find a way of attacking the speech. And it happens. When MPP was in power also, NDC also was doing the same thing. And so that is normal that after the president has finished talking, the opposition will definitely have to, they will definitely not praise it. And this is what has been happening in the past on both sides. And so we are all used to this. However, the realities are that when NPP came to power, we all knew that the issue of doom saw was solved before they came. But when they came, they said no, they solved it. Because of course they have come to power. So we understand, because if your time there is no doom saw, then definitely, even if it was solved before you came, you take the credit. So the economy was in terrible situation before you also left power. You didn't tell us that certain bonds will be maturing and funds were available to pay until the next president, His Excellency Mahama, came. And then we heard that the bonds were paid. We didn't know how much was left in the sinking fund until now. So if you are saying the economy was very robust, why didn't you tell us that before you were leaving? So that sometimes, even though we seem to be criticizing, we need to be very objective. But unfortunately, the opposition cannot be objective because they don't want to portray that indeed things were bad. But Ghanaian, and now somebody is telling us about the situation of the economy. Why were you not talking about it? So these are some of the questions, basic questions everybody will ask.
You look at the economy as it is now. The president is giving some hope, giving the initiatives and policies that he wants to, his government wants to push through. But then there's also the conundrum about people who were employed at the very last minute and some are being sacked. The TUC says, don't sack them, keep them there because it will be in bad faith. If you look at our economy and you look at how much we have in the kitty, do we have the airbags to be able to contain these last-minute employments?
Sometimes when we are making this, we're speaking about issues, we have to be very objective. This is not the first time this is happening. When NDC was leaving power in 2016, they did the same thing. So the question is that why is the case? And when NPP came, they also laid people off. We even have people who were in the security training, they were laid off. So the issue is that they do it and they defend it. Because yes, they are in power. But the question is that look at the way you have been in power for 8 years or for the last 4 years, your second term. Did you know that you have to employ all these people? It's like punishment. And we all knew what they said when they were in power then. That, no, you cannot, decide to just pump in people into the system in the name of employment and that they are all Ghanaians. And that's the same thing that has happened now. So the issue is that what did TUC say when MPP came to power in 2017 compared to what they are saying now? That is the objectivity that I'm talking about. And the issue is that we need to have a review of the laws such that when after election, there are certain things government can do. Other than that, tomorrow another party will come to power and he will decide to give employment to every non-employed Ghanaian into state institutions. Every graduate who is not employed, they will give them employment letters. And then we will say they are all Ghanaians. But you know this is not sustainable. Look at the state of the economy and the restrictions we even have from IMF. And if you say that you want to employ, the wage bill, about 70% of domestic revenue goes into compensation and interest.
That's correct.
The remaining 30%, what are you using it for? So if already the wage bill is already heavily compressed, and you are pumping in people into the system again, you are putting pressure on infrastructure.
I hear you.
So some of the things we have to be very objective about it.
Dr. Peter Tekpe, I thank you very much indeed for your time. He's a financial and economic analyst joining us here on the extended coverage of the State of the Nation address delivered by President John Dramani Mahama in Parliament today, the 27th of February. It's some 23 minutes after 2. Senior Hosi is joining us, and he's no stranger at all. He also has that finance and economic background, policy analyst. He's also has experience across a vast industry. Senor, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, good to be here, Johnny. This is my first.
Yes, welcome. Welcome to Accra and Ghana's biggest radio studio.
Fiscally so.
We have the bragging right. Now, Senor, the president paints a gloomy picture about what he saw and what he thought, and then when he got in there, what he saw and what the reality is. Is he not exaggerating?
I think he's understating the situation, not by much, but I think it's worse. I think it's slightly worse. He's talked about debt in different sectors, but I think that if he looks inside and does a proper audit and he looks at arrears, which often you look at things from supplier's credit perspective, which all financially are all debt, you may realize that it may be slightly worse than has been stated. But there's still hope. When things happen like this, it allows for a re-engineering in the thinking and the way of doing things, because you can't do business as usual to get across the finish line or the revival line. I mean, we are really down as a country. I think it's important we accept that situation. And if you accept it, your conduct will start reflecting it. When you don't think you are broke, you want to pay any bill. But the moment you are broke, you remember the people who owe you, and then you start calculating where you go and how you know. So it's important. It's governance needs reality, and that is exactly what I think he said. I don't think that minority, even their submissions, really disagree. They're just finding other ways to speak differently. So you see, the conversation has been more about sack. But yeah, let's go to the real matter, state of our debt situation and all that. It's not a healthy thing. The fiscal space is almost non-existent, for the new government. So the government must create it. Create it would mean rationalizing your expenditure, and that's why the president, I think, mentioned
run a lean government. He
said run a lean government. Talked about austerity. It is required. The thing is not just austerity, and I advise the NDC to be careful how they see it. It's not just a matter of it's about productivity. Our expenditure has been very unproductive. From the part of policy making and actual output. So they should really look at that. If they look at that, they can achieve more with even less.
3FM.
All right, so it's not just a matter of tightening my belt. It's about how efficient I make my unit spend as well. So if you are wasteful, let me see if I can find a way to describe it. You in Accra, I drive a V8. It consumes so much.
Right.
All right. I would not spend that for my regular work if I was funding my office. Okay. No. My MD doesn't need to be driving that V8. If we have to be efficient about what we do, I'll use a sedan. I'll spend half the fuel that I will require. I'll spend half the capital expenditure in the car that I'll require. But I get him to move for him to be able to still deliver what he has
on the job.
All right. So if with a sedan he gets me, I spend 60,000 or 40,000 on a car, and he's able to still productively generate me $1 million. All right. Why should I have to spend $150,000 in a car for him to still generate me the same?
Right. It'll be a waste of.
It's a waste.
Resources.
So you just have to rethink. And I'll tell you, you take things like our road sector. Our road sector is so inefficiently run. The last government spent a lot of money on roads than I think any government has. Yeah. They should even had a year of the roads and all that.
Another year of roads, second year of roads.
But if you look at the data, the productivity on the ground was negative. We moved from 57% good roads in 2016 for highways to 37 or something of that sort in 2023. Meanwhile, you spend more money.
Yeah.
Which you rather move your.
But we even had a budget 15 million for patching potholes.
I'm not. But you see, so one maintenance culture was bad, and our contracts were overpriced. When I was on the highways board, I commissioned a review into it. It landed me in big trouble.
That's why you left?
That's why they didn't want me back on it for a while. And then later, I think when they even brought me in, because I was an institutional rep, I mean, at the time, they successfully clipped my wings in some way, and I knew that I had to just leave and go. So let me just move on, You can't cry more than the bereaved, sometimes, So you have to pick your battles. It was more. And that was not an MPP thing alone, because I did my analysis. It started from the NDC time as well. Right. The MPP was equally guilty, if not more. All right. So you look at how we do and manage our procurement and all those things. You realize that there's a problem. You look at how you budget. You budget for projects, and you realize that you have a problem. I'll give you an example, and let me use roads again. If for now I set up. You want to do roads, yeah, and I give you a contract for 100 kilometers, and I don't have the money for 100 kilometers, and I give you first money, and then you decide to grade all the 100 kilometers, and then the money has finished. For example, what happens next? It will take you a long time. Then maybe I'll come and give you money again. Then all that you did, it has rained, because you didn't finish the road.
So you have to come and
do it again. You understand? But that money that went to do grading all the way for 100 kilometers, maybe for 5 or 10 kilometers, would have finished the road, asphalted it, made it firm. You have base, sub-base, and then you have your surface, your surface finishing, and you are done. So at least you know that the money we spent, we got 10 kilometers finished. You understand? You don't have a cost overrun that now creates another variation. So in a given road project, you would have done the road 3-4 times because of project management.
Right.
So there's a lot of inefficiency in the way we handle our things, as government. So government must look at its efficiency and not just austerity at all. How many people do you have in the public sector? Do we need those people? We have to rationalize it. When you rationalize it, you create fiscal space to invest in public goods that enable people become more entrepreneurial, more economically productive, and then in the process absorb the labor that is also lost.
But you've seen John Mahama's cabinet, you've seen his team.
Yes.
Are they capable enough to turn things around? Because he gave us a lot of hope today at the SONA.
I think that I'm different. I will not appoint some of the people he's appointed. You would appoint some of the people I would appoint. So we all have our own perspectives, and I have a different view. I've actually said that it would have been beautiful if our state-owned enterprises, not for the ministries, that's a policy place which has to be in politics, but our state-owned enterprise would have been great if the president had put in a proper interviewing process in place. and then make people come and make their case. Even if your party people is a criteria, it's okay. But make people come and make the case for running the place with clear plans, clear strategies to deliver the vision, connecting it with your own manifesto, your own vision, the national development plan, and all that, and let them come tell how they're going to run that thing. You know, and sit with them with proper. So just the way I would do if I'm hiring somebody to run my company. You know, so for me that's the rule. Will I appoint this person if the company was mine? You know, if I want, there's no conversation. If I want to be sure that he's the one, I go through a process. But nobody does that in this country. In Singapore, you do that for every single job, including the presidency. You understand? You go through that.
But don't you think we put a limitation on ourselves with this whole regional balance thing?
We haven't put any. There are resources, capacity across the country. Right. All right. I've found people smarter than me who don't come from where I come from. I've found people smarter than more deprived and poor regions like the central region and then the general northern area. All right, we have people who are smarter than many. There's nothing. There are resources everywhere. Right. There are resources everywhere. You know, so if you create a relatively objective, I'll call it a subjective, objective mode of appointing. Yes, I want my party people. So my criteria for you to come for my interview is that you are a party member or you're a party sponsor, something. Right. You know, but come and make your case. Apply for the job. This is a panel, a professional panel. Get people from PwC, KPMG, people from industry, this, blah. Sit down. Let's hire a CEO. Recommend 2 or 3 people for me to decide to appoint. Let them come and make their case for being a CEO of a major institution, organization, regulatory body. You understand? When the people come, they don't make their case well. You say this guy is not fit.
It's not serious.
You understand? In fact, but when they say, you know, let me get it right. What John Mahama has done is the same thing that everybody has done. But I think that the old way has not brought us any far. So we definitely have to find a new way of doing things. Policy sits in politics, but the SOEs are the vehicles through which policy implementation gets to reality and service delivery gets to the people. So at that point, I don't think it's a political matter. So go through a process of making sure in your subjectivity, there's objectivity about your appointment. And there's proper accountability. So there are measurabilities, there are results-oriented mechanisms to really get value-driven. But you know, we all learn. So I'm hoping that the next government will learn from that. If there are changes in these rules, maybe we also learn from that and something productive happens.
Some have suggested that, well, give President Mahama some honeymoon because of the situation he finds himself in currently.
He already is enjoying the honeymoon. Ghanaians have been patient. Nobody's holding him responsible.
But the minority is holding him responsible.
No, they are making their voice heard.
He should fix the lights. He should fix the economy.
The man came to the place today. The first thing he said is that he was going to fix the situation. Right. But the situation is bad. So his job, and Ghanaians voted for him to come and fix it. Right. Not just to come and nag over it. He said that very clearly.
That's right.
So there's
not
nothing.
Style to complain.
I mean, I think that maybe the minority, their estimation of what the man was going to say was a bit miscalculated. You know, so the thing, well, brother Jimmy Pioto Lanla.
Senor, I'm grateful. In closing, quickly, what should the new appointees, the ministers, you find a very youthful cabinet that John Mahama has picked. What should they be doing and what should they not be doing in order for them to succeed?
You know, I don't think I worry much about them. I'll worry more about the president. What accountability measures he puts in place over their heads?
He said he wants to put in code of ethics.
He has to. No, not code of conduct alone. That's one. That actually show your attitude and your approach to things. That's different. But he has to give them clear, measurable, transparent, results-focused targets. All right, which have clear impact on the economy, and he should be able to invest more. If I were the president, I'll invest more in evaluating my people.
Right.
All right, than just giving them tasks and money to go and do it.
But we saw that in the past government. We had a Ministry of Evaluation and Monitoring. We had planning.
This is the problem I keep telling you guys that in this country.
I'm just telling you what we have done before.
What did we do? We did nothing. What we did
the late
was
Dr. Kutuo said did nothing.
Imbra.
Okay.
Ghanaians must stop this input-focused conversations over issues of policy and start looking at output-focused conversations around policy. What was the productivity of that particular entity? Who was he evaluating? What reports were they churning out? What was the transparency around it? What was it? Where did the government go with that? In Ghana, we learn to pass exams than to know. That's the truth of the matter. Call any of the people who have finished their exams after 1 year. Do they remember what they have done? They don't remember.
No.
You understand? So Ghanaians, it is what you measure that you can manage. So spend your whole time. If I'm a president, I say, look, what's the program? This is it. This is what I really want to achieve. I want to achieve this amount of uptime as far as communication is concerned.
Right.
I want to have this kind of workforce as far as coding and all that is concerned. But I don't want to just have that workforce. I want you to create an environment that will attract a lot more tech companies to either be developed or to invest there. I want to see this. Focus more on outcomes and put it in front of them. If you are not delivering it, you are not seeing your strategy.
We'll show you the door.
We'll show you the door. And it should be very transparent. Let the whole Ghana know that this is it. Every year, if you use the Jacques principle, you sack 20% of your people. And nobody knows when the 20% will hit them. So everybody will be focused on trying to deliver their goods. The whole Ghana will know what the targets that are on your head as a minister. You understand? As a government, we are also giving him a certain target. We want to see things change as far as employment is concerned. We want to see things change as far as other things are concerned. So we also measure him. The data should come out.
Right.
And then we see whether we are going or we are coming. When it happens like that, every day, as you are seeing the scoreboard and you see that and go here. But then you advice.
You check out.
Strategy.
I love my check out.
So you figure me out what you like television. And I'll just be doing policeman work. Yeah, Ingba watch it. You will feel the heat. And more finally, by the end of the year, no, at least 20% away bus.
Yeah.
Can you attend the 2
You go.
Oh, mom.
Senor, thank you very much indeed. We're grateful.
All right.
Thank you very much. That's Senor. See there. Eddie, I'll come back to you now. So, picking up from where Senor left off.
Yeah.
He raised a very critical point about accountability.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of that with our political class.
Yeah.
We see a lot of cronyism and patronage.
Yeah.
Oh, he's my party member. Oh, his father brought us money during the campaign. Oh, he did very well. He was shouting Eyezu on the campaign platform. That's it.
Yeah.
Or Kukurudu on the platform. That's it.
Yeah.
How do we get our leaders to come to appreciate this accountability portion of the work that we give them to do?
It's a difficult thing because of where we are coming from. The leader himself from day one has agreed that the positions are already allocated.
Right.
Those positions are already allocated, and I can tell you that sometimes some positions are already, allocated for some particular persons.
Right.
They just buy them whilst they are still campaigning to come to power because of the person's role in financing the politics.
Right.
But we can go further in that. That's what Senor said. And I think that we should be looking at outcomes. If, for instance, they give you the job and you don't deliver,
right,
then it is clear for everybody that you've been given the job and you have not delivered. So they should take you out.
So your KPI should first of all be put out there.
Yes.
Your key performance indicators should be made public. I remember that the first term of President Akufo-Addo, he made that clear. He says, oh, Edward Kariwe, I am putting you at that great ministry because you have done A, B, C, D, because you have this qualification. And I want you to go to the ministry to go and do C, G, F, G, H. He put that out there, but like Senor said, we didn't see the outputs really.
I'm not too much interested in putting it in the public for SOC. You see, the outcomes speak for themselves.
Right.
They just speak for themselves. Sometimes we just talk too much. Why must I know? I am an ordinary Ghanaian. I don't need to bother myself all the time calculating, being bombarded with a lot of information. confusing my mind. No, I just need it to be delivered. Who did this? For instance, you see, in fact, at the beginning of President Nana Akufo-Addo's term, I was so much in love with the then regional minister, Greater Accra regional minister, Henry Kote.
Yeah,
I just loved
the first time it was Ishmael Ashite. It was Ashite.
No,
and then subsequently Henry Kote came.
When Henry came,
yes,
I just loved him. He came and said, "Look, I am going to make sure." Then all the regional, the assemblies, they make sure that they clear people off and so on.
Right.
But when it came to Sakomono, the Ramsey side, when they encroached the place, he made statements, who cleared them. Before we say, "Oh, come."
He actually even said that his own party people wanted to kill him.
So you resign and let all of us know.
Are you not afraid of death? You see,
when you are born, what is left next?
You say you want to clear people.
No, the next thing is what?
Party people say they will show you something.
I'm saying that when you are born, what next? It's not death.
You grow.
Do you know when you will die?
No.
Do you know how you are going to die?
No.
Do you know where you are going to die?
So he should have gone on.
No, you see, you need to look at death as it's a necessary, and we all agree. What is predictable is that we know we'll die. But when, where, and how, no one knows.
That's right.
So there are certain things. After all, what is it? You may go and sleep and you won't wake up. It may pain your friends, but the fact is that you are gone. So we don't have that type of human beings. And I think that our politicians, we just lack integrity.
Do you think that as a society, we detest strong-willed people who get into office? And you can mention Oko van der Poel, for example, as mayor of Accra, chief executive of the AMA. People did not really like him because of his red line policy and he clearing people. People did not like him. Same with Henry Kote. You can mention many other PCRP or Fori. You can mention them. Do we as a society detest such people?
Well, we detest them, and it's normal. It's normal in the sense that people don't want the right thing to be done. All of us, when we are growing up, they discipline you. Without discipline, you will not be what you are.
That's right.
You are punished in one way or the other. It may be fiscal, it may be psychological, it may be denial, and so on. And that's why even today we still punish people who commit offenses and isolate them and put them in prison. All that is part of reforming people.
Right.
But the truth is that one thing you can be guaranteed in Ghana for the past few years is that you can do all the things you want to do, the wrongs, and there will not be punishment on you. And when public officials get to that point, forget it. Well, you will not be punished. So they go ahead to do the wrong things, knowing very well that they're not going to be punished.
They'll walk free.
But I think that if John is able to begin to punish people, he doesn't even need to tell us, but it will show. I am appointing you. I'm telling you, please make sure if you do this, I'm going to dismiss you.
That's the code of ethics. He says he will.
Yes, and I'm saying the code of ethics. You see, I don't even need to know about it. Why should I, an ordinary person, be thinking about someone's code of ethics?
But it's your taxes that pays the person.
No, what I mean is that look, the results. The results will show whether that person delivers or not.
You know, something that clicked my mind. This morning I played a portion of an excerpt of the State of the Nation address delivered by President Mahama then in 2013. And it just hit me that, so he had built district hospitals. He had built cheap compounds. He had built, but he didn't put a slogan on it. So everybody seems to have forgotten. Okay, let's listen to it. What he said. Listen.
From the early days of this administration, we have worked relentlessly to give individuals and families better access to more qualitative health care. Across the country, an unprecedented number of modern healthcare delivery facilities have been rolled out, including the upgrading of the Tertiary Hospital into an ultra-modern teaching hospital. Madam Speaker, we have also established in the short space of 4 years 1,300 new CHIPS compounds across the country. We have built 19 health centers for population areas over 500. We have built 12 new district hospitals. We have built 15 new polyclinics. And we have provided 161 new ambulances. Africa, 161 new ambulances for the National Ambulance Service. In the area of training, several nurses and midwifery training institutions have been established, as well as a university that is dedicated solely to the training of auxiliary healthcare professionals. Madam Speaker, over the last 4 years, our security agencies have seen the biggest...
Okay, so this is what he said. I mean, it just hit me that back then, this didn't cross my mind because there was no slogan to it.
Yeah.
Today, there's Agenda 111, so I will be counting how many of the 111 had been done. But upgrade of Tamale Hospital to a teaching hospital, 1,300 chip compounds, 19 health centers, 12 district hospitals up and running, 15 polyclinics, 161 ambulances, University of Health and Allied Sciences, and then the others that, nurses and all of that. Look, this is clearly a scorecard, but because there was no slogan to it, nobody paid attention to it. Typically, like the regular politician who does so much in his constituency, touches people's lives, school fees, health, whatever it is, but if he doesn't put up a public toilet or something that people can point to, then MP no one. That's the kind of people that we are. So if you put, for example, the KPI out, then it will help people to measure what the man has done, don't you think?
Well, I think we came from somewhere, and as you just listened to that clip, it means hitherto it was not the case that you have to put slogans on your achievements or anything because as a public office holder with responsibilities using the taxpayers' money, you just have to do what you have to do, and then the people, it will reflect their life. Now we entered into another phase.
That's the Pro-Max phase.
I think the NDC actually started a bit of that with the Green Book.
I like to finish.
Yeah. So you see, when we entered into the new phase, was all about what?
Slogans.
Promises, slogans. Look, this is your office or your station.
Yes.
Got me into trouble. Yes. And I was the first person to challenge the one village, one dam.
Okay.
And it was by then your other friend,
Alfred.
Winston
was.
Then you came and mounted it in the TSU hall there.
Yes. It was an outside broadcast, yes.
Okay. Then I had to speak on agriculture. Then I said the future for agriculture is irrigation. Then he asked a question, but the MPP said that when they come, they'll do one village, one dam. And I said, yes, farmers need water for agricultural purpose. But they don't need, every village doesn't need a dam for irrigation purpose.
In fact, even the past Greek minister said it's utopian.
You see? So when I said that, then I went ahead to give an example. Now you can imagine, everybody needs transport. But not everybody needs a car.
Right.
That's true.
So I need water, but I don't care that I need a borehole in my house. I need electricity, but I don't want to have a generator in my house. I can put off the light anytime I want.
Yeah.
I just need light. I just need water. I don't care where it comes from. So as farmers, we need water for irrigation, but we don't necessarily need every village to have water for irrigation purpose. We need water for other purposes. So if we do it this way, it will be chaotic. Then the following morning, the headlines was one village, one dam.
Chaotic.
Then they took me on. You see? But
we apologize.
No. We still survive.
We are sorry.
We never stop that. But you see, that is the slogan. Because they came with the one village, one dam, we questioned them critically, and they don't want to answer those questions. That is why, you see, even the Agenda 111, how do you come out with Agenda 111 without knowing where you are going to get the land?
In fact, now it is
all in the course of
110 that we have started.
In the course of implementation, they said they had delayed because they could not get land.
Yes.
To continue with to start
the
Why
project.
do you come with such a policy without knowing where you are going to get land?
And even the dedicated source of funding.
Funding, you don't have it.
Yeah.
How do you come and tell us a polgo, multi-purpose dam,
use the mic for me,
and make all the noise about it, and you don't have dedicated funding?
Oh, we had $12 million for feasibility studies.
Because the whole amount was 993 million.
Yeah, but 12 million.
12 million.
We have finished the feasibility studies.
Yeah, but why will you use 12 million? Pay people that we don't even know.
Oh, Mr. Kayowe. Who said we don't know them?
When I say we don't know, these people, the contractor is who? Who knows him? Do you know that contractor?
Like Kunzo.
Do you know the people behind the contract?
No.
If that money had even come to the people in Ghana, the natives there, then they will also attest to it that the money came to us.
Yeah, and they chop some.
But you give the money up, and then after that you said you don't have money to do anything.
Yeah. Kunzo, who is the contractor of the dam in your village? You don't know him. Even the man who comes from the village doesn't know the contractor.
You see? And you see, the whole thing about the project was also complex because dams are not like houses where you can go anywhere and put up a house. You must situate the dam strategically where it can catch water. You see that? So there are some villages in actual fact you can't have those dams for irrigation.
That's why the dams are thirsty.
There are no dams. No, they are not dams. I don't call them dams.
They are what?
Because a dam is supposed to hold water. And if a dam cannot hold water, it's no more a dam.
What is it?
A dugout.
If this TV is here, if it cannot show pictures, what is it?
It's a blackboard.
It's a terror is avoiding another
if you have, no, they are not dams. They are just simple.
If the TV cannot show, it's a blackboard.
It's a blackboard. If you have a fridge, however big it is, beautiful, but it cannot freeze anything. It's not a fridge. It's a cupboard. It's a cupboard. So, no, I don't fear headlines. Because it was that time, I mean, it was so high, but then I've gone through it. But that is the point about what they were doing. And you see, unfortunately, they were not ready to listen. That is my problem I have with public officials. But some of us have overcome that. It does not matter. Whether you listen or you don't listen, we will say what we... You can't fear a public official. No, I don't see it. Just you have to respect them. Just as you respect any other person. But you cannot create fear in me because public officials change. You see? And you see, I don't understand them. And we really need to hold them on. If you're a public official and you've got a dispatch rider, you have got a siren, and then you come. The day that you are not made a minister, what happens?
You still live.
You'll be in the same traffic with everybody. Why is that so? And I think that what they need to do, President needs to do is that, please, this is our minister, they don't need VAs. To do what?
Now you are doing the headline thing. Anyway, let's take a quick break.
Because if you have a V8, you have about $100,000 sitting down, or $150 sitting down.
Yeah, $150,000.
$150,000 sitting down. Because when you drive and come to what is it? When you could have used that money for investment, and that is how we. You see, it even goes into the private sector. When you buy a very expensive car and keep it down, you are keeping down money. If it's not absolutely necessary for you to have it, you should avoid it. And that is what we have done.
The V8 helped them reach hard to get in.
Very good.
Hard to reach areas.
Why is it that they don't develop the Accra-Kumasi road? Look at it, for how many years? It's still a single lane. They are struggling. All the time we hear that they are dwellers in it. How long? Why is it that we don't have a train from here to Cape Coast? And you are going to give them airport? Why do we say that? Because I'm just from Tertiary. No, they're the same promises. Why is it that we don't have a railway from here to the north?
That one too was a promise.
So you now tell me that because you're a minister coming from the north, or you have your work will take you to the north, you need a VA to go. It's because you have refused to develop the roads and the railway.
You're addressing symptoms instead of fixing the problem.
That is the point.
Mr. Simpson. We'll see you after the break.
Whether it's Bimbilla, Winchi, Akachi, Accra, or Takrady, as long as it's on Ghana's map, we're there. With our network of healthcare service providers across the entire country, wherever you find yourself in Ghana, Nationwide Medical Insurance has got you covered. We are nationwide, literally. Your health is worth protecting. Call us on 0800 222222 or visit www.nationwidemh.com. Nationwide Medical Insurance. Join the healthcare family.
What does Duffy's do for you?
Freedom, confidence.
Makes me so proud.
Duffy's Ohima feminine mixture relieves me from menstrual pain. That's true freedom.
Stay fresh all day with a formula that leaves you feeling clean and confident while effectively preventing unpleasant odor. Confidence to do the do.
Me glow wankasa. Duffy's Healthy Glow Shower Soap. I don't remember.
Also try Duffy's Hair Growth Cream and Snatched Herbal Tea and more.
Duffy's Hair Growth, no dandruff, no itchiness, no more black spots. Thanks to Duffy's Black Spots Cream.
3FM
fresh
92.7.
Good.
Try Duffy's today and see what it can do for you. Available in all Duffy's branches nationwide. Please call us on 0202-514-020 or 0533-776893. This advert is FDA approved.
It's the battle of the teams in a 3FM 60-day Fit Start Challenge. Which team will come up tops? Will it be Team Comfort or Team Helen? Will age and tact triumph? Or will youth and energy win? Call or WhatsApp on these numbers: 0532-300-927 or 0532-200-927. Now, to join Team Comfort or Team Helen and enjoy holistic wellness coaching, specialized diet plans, and cooking tutorials, thrilling exercises, challenges, and activities, plus many exciting rewards. 3FM Fit Start, sponsored by Duffy's Health and Beauty, Bill's Microfinance and UGL Premier, and supported by Blue Skies and the Ghana Medical Association. 3FM Fit Start, your health, your journey, your victory.
Hey, ready to make your drive home epic? It's the 3FM Drive with the one and only Giovanni Killer, right here on 3FM 92.7. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. We're transforming your commute into a top-tier experience. Need a pick-me-up? Our music belt is pure energy, pure vibes. Stay ahead with the Drive Sports, bringing you the latest scores and highlights. Curious about the stars? We've got all the hottest trends, celebrity profile interviews, plus DJ faculty has got you.
Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays on 3FM Drive. You know where it's at.
This is where the action is at, live on the 3FM Drive on 3FM 92.7. Welcome to the 3FM Drive. That's right!
It's the battle of the teams in a 3FM 60-day Fit Start Challenge. Which team will come up tops? Will it be Team Comfort or Team Helen? Will age and tact triumph? Or will youth and energy win? Call or WhatsApp on these numbers: 0532-300-927 or 0532-200-927. Now, to join Team Comfort or Team Helen and enjoy holistic wellness coaching, specialized diet plans, and cooking tutorials, thrilling exercises, challenges, and activities, plus many exciting rewards. 3FM Fit Start, sponsored by Duffy's Health and Beauty, Bill's Microfinance and UGL Premier, and supported by Blue Skies and the Ghana Medical Association. 3FM Fit Start, your health, your journey, your victory.
3FM 92.7, Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program.
92.7.
This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts.
92.7.
There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account. $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want.
Okay, so there we have it. We have to wrap up, Mr. Carey, and a closing thought, Sixtus and Michael Logodu, and then we'll check out of the studio. Been here since 19 Kujoho. Sixtus, what do you leave us with? He said this is how much we owe. Are you shaking?
He says he's committed to resolving the problem.
Yeah, he said we'll fix it.
And he's called on all of us to put our shoulders to the wheel. That is what we should do. But as I keep saying, we need to see a demonstration of this commitment from the appointees. If we see that they are behaving, then the rest of us will be gingered and encouraged to behave along.
Or else?
But if we see that they are telling us to tighten up when they are loosening up, then the
we will not be in this together.
Will not be there.
We will not be in this together.
No. We'll be in separate rooms.
Okay, I hear you. Eddie?
Well, I think that some of the things the citizenry cannot do anything. A debt has been created. It's a national debt. It's a sovereignty debt. We have our leaders. It must be paid. There's no way out. We can avoid that debt. So His Excellency must get the money to pay that debt. As to whether we should help him pay, we don't have the muscle to do so. No, we don't have. Because we are even struggling to feed ourselves.
3FM 92.7.
So the debt will have to be paid and whilst he's paying the debt, Ghanaians will still be looking forward to him to bring policies that will put food on their table.
Right.
They need to look at it from that. But then it is good he has, made us know about the reality on the ground so that we can tune down our expectations.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mike.
For me, I'll end with a tweet by David Ofosu-Dorte. Nothing rallies the masses like hope, and nothing makes them supportive and resilient like trust in leadership.
Okay.
And that is why, above all, leaders must build hope and trust. While hope comes from the leader's words, trust is only earned from the consistency of actions. This government has built hope. This government has a lot of expectations.
Right.
We as the populace have a lot of expectations
of the government.
We have hope in them. We hope they earn our trust by being consistent with the words they've told us over and over since they took office and since they began campaigning. We are happy with the progress we've seen. We hope they will be consistent, and we hope that they will stick to the very things they say they will do. Then Ghana will be a better place for all of us.
May God be with the government. May God be with his officials, and may God be with us all. My name is Johnny Hughes. I've been here with Sixtus Don Ulo, Michael Ogbodu, Noble Crosby, and Dr. Edward Kariwe, Senior Husi, and Dr. Tekpe as well, who joined us to be part of our panelists. Thank you very much for listening from 5:55 a.m. all the way down till 3:07. Parting company, so make way for 3 FM Drive. They will be on shortly. Know that if you can think it and your heart can believe it, only you can achieve it. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow, God willing. But culture says it's coming down.